Sorry I'm late.
Time was a man could walk
pox
the
on that
high
bloody
roads without
XIV.
fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please.
Sorry, I didn't mean to skip that.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder's standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children!
Woods will be done.
It's up to us to protect the
Follow
forest.
the elementals! If you'll permit me, Alfie no. And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
The Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have contend with two beast tribes. The XL are unquestionably the more troublesome, being of naturally warlike disposition and wont to summon their bloodthirsty primal Garuda. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians until recently at least. Alas, they have grown aloof. A change observed at roughly the time they summoned the primal Rima. The Gridanians have no love for war, and they consider open conflict the last resort. Though they clash with the XL more than regularly, you may be assured that they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are as yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it is broken. The 12th Wood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood and their by power of the elementals will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the XL will continue their incursions, spurred by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. When the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to all-out war, and when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help they can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them then? Well, perhaps we will find out if the Elder Seedseer's words fell on fertile ground.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanimo herself!
And Roban as well!
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore! Hurrah! Rauban! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Naldal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
I think.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden, and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Ul'dah stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you! Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Ul'dah, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Ul'dah. As Ul'dah prospers, so shall her people.
Ya for Ul'dah!
Together we are one.
Your Grace.
Rauban? People of Ul'dah, I, Nanimo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Ul'dah. Yet those who measure that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Ul'dah, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the inferno, for we are, by fire, reborn! Forsooth!
The time is now!
I fancy meeting you again.
The Oldens have a long history of conflict with the Amalja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Thank you for the 7th stream streak, but you don't have to say that over and over again. Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you have encountered them. The Aldens do not shy from confrontation. It threatens their previous prosperity. They will seek to crush it. So have they dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems, though they have been quiet these past 5 years. The Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Ul'dah has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had the coin resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Malja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Oldens send their forces to smite the Primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is bought with blood. It is war of attrition which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder then that the Immortal Flames are eager to recruit more members. At such a desperate hour, an adventurer of your experience would be most welcome addition to the ranks. Oh, sorry, I'm tabbed out. Hi, Luthria, how are you? Also, thank you for the hydrate. Here to attend the remembrance service, speak like the Admiral is due to give her address at any moment.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. "700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Ah, yeah, ah, ha, ha, yeah, ha.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The crimson field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the black longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Garlean Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners, and together we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartano. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishback
The Sahagin
bastards.
have risen?
While the mines of Ogomero spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Garlean Empire. Even now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard, and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves till sea swallows all.
Long live the Admiral!
Admiral Melvin!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass?
I'll follow ye to the seven hells, Admiral!
Fancy meeting you again.
As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Zeliminza is plagued by two beast tribes. The first are the Fishlights, Sahagan, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the Kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal Titan for their god. As if the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Leminza's backyard. And that is to say, not of infernal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions. And while they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans sweat their blades and watch. If the Leminzans are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside and the primal threat dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect that they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words. The Maelstrom standard will be drenched a deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. Starlight, this is Menphilia. You are well, I hope. Would I be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service is now concluded? A moment ago, you say. What a coincidence. Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies. Well, delighted though we are to have them here at the Waken Sands. It would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. Welcome back, Starlight. We're the Grand Company leaders weren't as eliminating as you had hoped. Each nation is beset with problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. Would that there were more of you, Starlight. But you must be tired of your journey. From your journey, why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officers your answer.
The gods only know what grand company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alize, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
My lady!
We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
How was the admiral's speech? But you need not explain that. Stand before me now is answer enough. You have resolved to join the Maelstrom, have you not? I joined the Twin Outer in the last one, so I'll join this one this time. That's the spirit, lass. With allies like you, how much stronger is our crew? Let us brave the seas together, friend. Now the choice is made. It is time to add your name to our rolls. Make your way to Linza and seek out the Grand Company's headquarters. Maelstrom Command is located on the upper decks. I will send word to our personnel officer to expect you. The duties of a Maelstrom soldier can be both arduous and challenging, but I promise you, you will not regret this choice. May your passage be swift and your bearing sure. Hello, adventurer. What business have you at Maelstrom Command? I am Starlight Vale. I believe you are expecting me. Starlight Vale, our recruitment officer, sent word of your coming. It shall be my honor to induct you into the ranks of the Maelstrom. Now, before I can accept your oath, you must be made aware of several... Sir! What is it, Private? And this had better be important. Sir, we received a report from a lookout in Lower Lenosia. Sir, Imperial forces have fired upon a Highwind Skyways airship. The vessel is in a bad way, sir, and appears to be banking for an emergency landing in Cedarwood. Cedarwood. Damn it. We have no troops available in that area. The bulk of our infantry is bogged down on the coast, skirmishing with fishbacks. Vale, this is highly irregular, but I fear your first duty in service to the Maelstrom must needs be unofficial. If our man in Lower Nocia is correct, the airship will come down in territory crawling with Imperial scouts. If there are any survivors, we must reach them before the Garleans do. Make haste to Cedarwood, locate the airship, and if any of its occupants are alive, make sure they come to no further harm. We'll see what about swearing you in upon your return. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh. Hi, Puffin Crow. How are you? An adventure? What do you do out here? No, wait. Let's find some cover first. Maelstrom Command sent you? How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. Be at ease, sir. We are of the Maelstrom. You're a Garland Ironworks engineer, yes? One of our lookouts reported the attack on your craft. We're here to rescue you. You must be Vale. Good work on reaching your friend here before the Imperials. I've never seen a craft of this design. It must be Garland's work. Is there no end to the man's treachery? The secrets of Magitech belong in Imperial hands. They are not to be squandered on Eorzean savages. We are taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. Scouting party from Castrum Occidents, I'd say. Seems they want your ship engineer. Wedge, you have to help him. The fool of Lulafel is hiding inside the tiny Bronco. The tiny Bronco? Isn't that the new design people have been whispering about? It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity, the first since Master Garland, well, since he went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her first test flight, and she was soaring. She really was, till those bastards blasted her out of the sky. Alright, pay attention. We're going to hit these Imperials hard and fast. If they want a souvenir from Eorzea, they can have a knife in the gut, but they're not getting that ship. Oh, and don't forget to save the Lulafel. What say you, Vale? Ready to give those curs a hiding? Like a tidal wave, lads, charge. An ambush to arms. pigs! Wedge, you shouldn't have stayed with the ship. That was a close one. Too damn close, so how's she look anyway? The auxiliary propeller is a dead loss, but I think we can bring enough thrust from the main propeller to get us airborne. A few minor modifications and we should be able to fly the tiny Bronco home. We'll stand watch until the ship is ready to take off. The Imperials will come looking for their scouts eventually, but I doubt they'll get here for a good while yet. Bill, you're free to return to Maelstrom Command and complete your induction. Ordinarily, I'd ask you to stay, but I think we'd all feel safe better knowing an adventurer of your ability was safely sworn in and ready for the next mission. Rest assured, I'll inform Command of the part you played today. I, just wanted to say sorry, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. Got that wrong, didn't I? Haha. Seriously, though, if it hadn't been for you and the Maelstrom lads there, we'd be chained up in the dungeon by now. I'm in your debt, friend, we both are. Wedge. Thank you, we're very grateful. Welcome back, Vale. I just heard the report. You needn't be concerned about the engineers. They completed their return trip without further Imperial interference. I must admit, I had my doubts at first, but it seems the stories about you are true. I look forward to seeing what else you're capable of after you're properly inducted into the Maelstrom, of course. Now, speaking of your induction. Let us start it afresh, shall we? You are welcome here, Starlight Vale. That such a welcome, respected adventurer would choose to join our ranks is most heartening. Before you swear your allegiance to us, however, it is only right that I tell you exactly what it is that you will be joining. The Grand Company is more than simply a collection of soldiers. It is all-encompassing organization, which draws upon the resources of an entire state to form a united military force capable of standing against the nation's deadliest enemies. We of the Maelstrom are charged with meeting the threats posed by the Primals and the Garlean Empire and solving the many problems caused by that calamity. Every man and woman who serves under our colors has a role to play in keeping the great warship that lemons afloat and on whatever heading Chief Admiral Webb Glow Flynn sees fit to set. As part of this grand vessel's crew, you will be expected to take your turn at the oars, for the winds do not look favorable, lass, and strength of arm may be all that sees us safe to port. If I have lost you with talk of ship and oar, let me put it another way. A Maelstrom soldier labors till her last breath, fights till her last drop of blood. We give our all in service to this nation. No less is expected of you. Well, it is customary for new recruits to swear an oath of their own choosing. Upon entering the Maelstrom's ranks, it is their ought, you'd like to say. What skills I have are yours till the sea swallows all. Ah yes, the many and varied skills of the adventurer. I have no doubt that your travels have furnished you with such knowledge as will prove invaluable to our cause. Starlight Vale, I hereby assign you the rank of Storm Private 3rd Class. You are now officially a soldier of the Maelstrom. Welcome aboard, Private. May you serve Limsa Lumensa while till sea swallows all. Can you hear me, Starlight? This is Manphilia. An officer of the Maelstrom contacted me with news of your enlistment. My congratulations, Private Vale. I have no doubt that you are eager to make the acquaintance of your new comrades, but I would ask that you pay visit to your old ones first. Remember, though you are now a woman of the storm, you are no less a scion. Pray return to the waking sands at your earliest convenience. There are some friends here whom I would very much like you to meet. We shall be waiting. No rest for the wicked, eh? Before you make yourself scarce, I recommend having a word with Commander Ricky. Might be worth your while. You may now accept the class my Lord Chocobo Maelstrom by speaking with Ricky. This quest must be completed in order to proceed to the end of the main scenario for Rome Reborn. Well, if it isn't Private Vale, I must say the tales of your deeds have been an inspiration to the troops. Our duties take us far and wide, and I'll wager you've slogged across quite a few mounts of countryside on naught but your own 2 feet. Such a sterling soldier of the Maelstrom deserves her own steed. Let us see about having one issued for you. All you need to do is obtain a Storm Chocobo issuance by exchanging company seals with the quartermaster. Once you have this deed, present it to Fragant Game and she will see you saddled up on one of our trusty birds. Private Vale. Just the woman I was hoping to see. Your exploits of late have been the talk of Limsa. Don't let this puff up your sails up too much. But I've heard some of the higher ups saying that the Maelstrom would be lost at sea without you. But I suspect you're not the type to rest on your laurels. Nay, the tempest raging in your eyes tells me you're looking for new waters to navigate. Fortunately, we have just the place for people like you. Have you perchance heard of the Wolf's Den? It's a proving ground of sorts established by the Yorzian Alliance, a place where the most promising of Grand Company recruits are sent to hone their skills. The Wolf's Den is to be found just off the shores of Lunacia. The ferry at the Moraby docks in Lower Lunacia will grant you passage there. Upon your arrival, seek out Storm Captain Berkoya Towson. I'll let him know that you'll be coming, so you can count on a warm welcome. recall seeing your ugly mug around here before. You say that Ricky sent you? She said she was sending a new wolf to the den. Bah, more like the runt of litter, if you ask me. You barely have things for hunting, but I guess I'm feeling God's damn generous, so I'll throw you a bone. Start yourself off with crystalline conflict. Them training bouts are made special for feckless adventuring types who can't tell sound strategy from a horse's horse. I still reckon it won't be done before you run home with your tail between your legs, crying for your mom. But you can have a word with Lieutenant Lundy if you insist on giving it a go. You'll find him outside, assuming you can work up the nerve. Stand up straight, maggot. This ain't no place for a week of spying. Dismissed. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm back. Want a bird issued, you say? Then I'll need to see your chocobo, storm chocobo and issuance. Yes, everything appears to be in order. A moment, please. I'll be right back with your chocobo. And here he is. The fellow has been in high spirits the past few bells. He must have sensed this, that his new master was coming. Now then, to make it official, you'll want to give your noble steed a name. Quit! Quit! I dare say he likes his name. Here is your very own chocobo whistle. Simply blow into it, and your feathered friend will come bounding to your side. But do forgive him if he doesn't respond when summoned in crowded city areas or monster-infested lairs. Chocobos are stout-hearted creatures, but they have their limits. And lastly, I present you with your Chocobo's rider's license as is required by law. And that concludes all the formalities. I wish you and your Chocobo long years of fulfilling companionship. head appears to have caught scent of something. The unmistakable smell of chocolate clings to you, Adventure. Would I be correct in assuming that you have your trusty seed? I thought so. Now tell me, is your bird battle trained, or if not, you might consider seeking the advice of Luquilla over at Bent Branch Meadows. The Ishgardian native is something of a prodigy in all matters concerning our fine feathered friends. He should be able to help you attain greater affinity with your bird. Good morrow to you, Starlight. Is there something you need? You wish to have your chocobo trained in combat? This is no small request you make. Riding your bird is one thing, asking it to take hurts in your name is quite another. I will help train your chocobo, but on promise that you will never unduly expose it to danger. Do I have your word? Very well. To begin, we will need a bunch of Gyash greens. You have my leave to pick one from the fields. Return here when you have it. Have you acquired the greens? Superb, then we shall get straight to it. Doubtless you already know this, but chocobos are highly fond of gash greens. They love the leafy vegetable so much, in fact, that they will completely forget their fears in the face of danger. Thus, by feeding your bird the greens, you can prevail upon it to fight beside you, and then once called, it will be up to you to direct its actions as you see fit. You will find that your chocobo innately responds to a number of general commands. Give your bird an order and it will act accordingly to the best of its ability. This simple yet effective methodology was developed by the Four-Temps family, one of the foremost houses of Ishgard. And that concludes your lesson, of course. It is not enough to merely hear about it practice. One must venture forth and attempt it oneself. Summon your chocobo with a bunch of gash greens together and make your way to Sorrelhaven. The Broads, that probably area, ought to be a suitable challenge for you and your companion. Put down 3 of them and return here. And lastly, by way of advice, I would recommend you keep a supply of gash grains on your person at all times. Our resident vendor will be able to provide you with as much as you can carry. So you have successfully negotiated your first few battles with your chocobo. Well done. Tell me, how did it feel? Was it not so supremely reassuring fighting with your feathered companion? Your chocobo can make up for your shortcomings, or build upon your strengths indeed. There are countless ways the two of you might complement each other. Through some experimentation, you will come to find the approach that serves you best. Before I forget, I have one last parting gift, a saddlebag for your chocobo carrying gash greens. About can be quite cumbersome after all, and there should be sufficient room for your personal belongings should the need arise. I pray it serves you well on your travels. Hold on, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Welcome back, Starlady. Lady Minfilia awaits you within. Welcome back. It seems you wasted no time putting your skills to work. How do I know? Why, the recruitment officer called to regale me with the tale of your heroics. The pride in his voice was palpable. We Scions are truly fortunate to have you with us, Starlight. Now, when last we spoke, I said that I wanted to meet some friends, did I not? Well, I neglected to mention that you have already met. Totoro, please show them in. This way, sirs. Thanks again for getting us out of that mess. We owe you our lives. But don't think we've properly introduced ourselves. I'm Biggs. But I don't think we properly introduced ourselves. I'm Biggs. Sorry. And I'm Gods, man, spit it out, will you? Wedge, at your service. I am pleased to say that Biggs and Wedge will be staying with us for a while. Magitech-driven contraptions such as airships grow even more vital to the city-states of Eorzea. As a neutral party, it was judged that we Scions should serve as the keepers of this technology. Of course, for this we needed the knowledge of experts, and so we requested the assistance of Garland Ironworks, who very kindly sent us 2 of their finest engineers. Our happy family continues to grow. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands. Like every soul here, I love Eorzea, and I count myself blessed to have been given this chance to stand with you all and fight for the future of the realm. Never have I known such fulfillment, such happiness.
Now, having set aside the formalities, we have a favor to ask of you. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have conducted a study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalimo, Ida, a synopsis if you would.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like gisselcreens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
Ahem. Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
Offering us an invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast tribes know of the primals.
While Ramu's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer, insofar as can be ascertained, until such time as we know. It would be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal has passed.
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
In that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda, who, I need hardly remind you, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
In short, it is essential that we approach the sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible. Words and actions can be misconstrued. The only sure way to communicate our intentions is the echo. Winning the sylphs' favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. Will you help us? I am grateful.
Lovely. Well, as much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods. Ida and Papalimo, however, should be able to see the forest for the trees. Is that not so, Minfilia?
Indeed. You are willing?
Leave it to me.
Us, Ida! Us!
We know far too little of the sylphs to lay any more wild plans. We must call upon the science once more if we are to. I'll beg pardons, 'tis a terrible habit of mine to think aloud. Tell me, what brings you to the Adder's Nest? Commander for Bill Healoy has been waiting that your friend. Hello, adventurer. I bid you welcome to the Adder's Nest. Do you seek to entwine your destiny with the Twin Adder? Good day, Commander. Sorry to disappoint you, but other business brings us here today. Ida and Papalimo, always a pleasure to see the two of you. My men tell me you question the name of the Silence of Late. Quite so, Commander. Little Bird told us that the Twin Adder was in need of our adventuring prowess. Ah, your Little Bird sings true. No doubt you've heard that we're investigating the Sylphs, that curious beast tribe that calls the depths of the 12-foot home. The Sylphs are, for the most part, a peaceable bunch, much to the delight of the elder Seedseer, who has no desire to see her people go embroiled in yet another fruitless war. The Twin Adder of the same mind, and 'tis precisely the reason that the Sylphs relation to the primal Rama has raised a flag of warning amongst our ranks. Friendly as they may appear, beastmen will be beastmen. Should there be even a sliver of a chance that the summoning of the primal might disturb the balance between Gridania and the Sylphic tribes, it is a possibility we cannot ignore. Better to be safe than sorry, indeed. Do we strike at Ramo or leave the Sylphs to their own ways? That is the question yet I find myself lacking ample knowledge to arrive at an answer. Opinions abound within Gridania, but to listen only to the one song is among the greatest mistakes a commander can make. I would hear from the other side, the sylphs themselves, and seek an impartial party to serve as my liaison. That is where you scions come in. The sylphs of Little Solace remain untempered and have held many a productive dialogue with our people. I would hear their candid thoughts on their tempered brethren. That said, I urge you to exercise due caution. Sylphic tradition and etiquette bear little resemblance to our own. It would not do to have any cross-cultural faux pas get in the way of a productive parley. En route to Little Solace, you will come upon the Hawthorne Hut. Our officer stationed there can enlighten you as to how to win the sylph's favor. May your expedition be a worthwhile one. A friendly palaver with the sylphs should be a pleasant diversion. The Hawthorne Hut, was it? Why, I believe the ferry reporting from what shore here should take us straight there. A friendly palaver indeed. I hope this will be as straightforward as you say, Papalimo. Greetings, Starlight. It is well you have come, for we have an intriguing matter to discuss. A request has come to our guild from the Sons of Saint Coenac, an organization of some of the finest minds in Eorzea, and they have asked for you by name. It appears that the research that the Sons are currently conducting would benefit from the assistance of an arcanist, specifically one who has had the tempering experience of defeating the primal Aetheric. Though I must admit to some curiosity as to how these scholars knew the extent of your heroic exploits. I suppose the source of their knowledge is of little relevance. If you would answer the request, then you will find your contact a researcher by the name of Emitra at Kalu Falls in the nation of Gridania. Starlight, have you any interest in history? If so, I would share with you an opportunity to study the ways of the ancients. A curiously refined and well-read marauder visited the guild the other day in hopes he might need an arcanist of exceptional skill. He claims that the assistance of one such individual would be invaluable for the success of his archaeological research. I say claims because despite his eloquence, the thought of a marauder with academic ambitions still strikes me as odd. You are, of course, free to formulate your own opinions. His name is Alka Zolka, and he can be found at the Marauders Guild, should curiosity overwhelm you. Thank you for setting aside your preconceptions, Starlight. I am actually aware how unusual it is for a marauder to conduct research, as it were. However, you shall soon understand that I am not at all like my more muscular brethren. Rather than rush blindly into the enemy's maw, I formulate and execute stratagems to great effect. My archaeological pursuits are but an extension of this practice, for at present I am researching the military tactics of ancient Nim. 'Twould not surprise me if you were unfamiliar with Nim. The civilization flourished some 15 odd centuries ago during the 5th Astral Era. The Nimians lived during an age of wonders when the magical arts flourished, but magics can be wielded for weal or woe, and this period of peace eventually gave way to the Great War of the Magi. The nations of that bygone era brought earth-shattering magics to bear against one another, yet Nim, with only a handful of mages to support its army of mariners, repulsed would be invaders time and time again. Precisely how a military force of this composition could defy its stronger neighbors is a mystery which has long puzzled military historians. By translating extant Nimian tablets, which I have recently purchased, I mean, solve the riddle at long last. As my knowledge of Arcanema is a cursory at best. I require an experienced arcanist to assist me with my analysis of any text pertaining to the magical arts. Will you be that arcanist, Starlight? There is, however, a complication that Nemean tablets and other assorted relics for which I had paid an exceedingly large amount of money were stolen en route to Limenza. The information inscribed upon the tablets could be of untold significance. I will not allow thieves to sell it to some rich olden collector for a pittance. Pray accompany me to the Raincatcher Gully docks and help me reclaim my relics. I have strong reason to believe the perpetrators can be found there. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm back. You're Starlight Vale, I assume. Well met, and thank you for coming. My name is, as you have obvious safely surmise is Demetra. I'm a member of the Sons of St. Coinach. Ours is a Charlatan order that seeks the lost knowledge of the Aladdin Empire. And in regard, we have recently made a singularly important discovery at our dig site in Mordona. We salvaged from the ruins a set of ancient texts described the existence of a sect of Aladdin mages known as summoners. These were arcane practitioners said to have the ability to siphon the essence of the primals and manifest the stolen energy as a biddable ally known as Ajay. Should we succeed in resurrecting such arts, then we must well hold in our hands the power to bring the age of conflict to an end. There is, however, as there always must be, the one monumental obstacle to realizing this reality. In order to manifest these obedient incarnations of the beastman's savage deities, one must first defeat a primal and capture its etheric essence. Thus only one who can boast such a daunting achievement under her belt may even begin on the path to becoming a summoner. Do you understand now why I called upon you? If you wish to contribute to my research, then come to me in the west of Fire God's Strike in southern Thanalin. There shall we conduct a ritual of summoning the austerities of flame. Greetings to you once more, Starlight. I had a feeling this unique opportunity would be nigh impossible for you to ignore. Let us proceed directly to the ritual, shall we? According to the records we recovered, the summoners of old would perform these rites in a land in which the naturally dominant element matched the aspect of the avatar they wished to call forth. Only in such a place might one sufficiently shift one's etheric balance in a desired direction. The element of fire is especially strong here in the Sagali Desert. I can think of no land more fitting in which to summon an incarnation of the Lord of the Inferno. Before we begin, I must insist that you accept this gem. It may appear of little worth, but within its faceted depths dwell the memories of long-deceased summoners. Now you must focus. Visualize the aether flowing through you, a vibrant current of energy transforming into living fire. Hold this image in your mind, and the raging heat of your life force shall spawn an edgy wreath in flames. Be aware, however, that this nascent entity will appear before you unbound and hostile. It is your charge to overpower the Avatar and establish yourself as its master. The path of the summoner is not if fraught with peril. Most impressive, Starlight. The Fireborn Egi has submitted to your will. You have mastered the austerities of flame, and that is no small feat. Pray let us return to Apkalu Falls that we might further discuss your achievement. This is truly a momentous occasion. You have rescued the lost art of summoning from the grasping mire of forgotten history. But you must know more of the Avatar you have found. In the ancient tongue of the Allegan Empire, it would be known as Ifrit Ejai, where Ejai translates approximately to pure or the essence of. In short, you have tamed a willful manifestation of Ifrit's raging fires. As you might expect from an entity born of the Lord of the Inferno, this avatar and its capacity for destruction should serve you well in your battles to come. With such an ally at your command, it is not too soon to take upon yourself the title of summoner. You have proven yourself more than worthy of this soul crystal you now possess. Yet, be as it may, the road before you is long and arduous. If you would triumph in age of conflict, you must needs master more than just the Ejai fire. I suggest you next fix your gaze upon claiming service and unyielding stone. This will, of course, necessitate you joining an expedition to defeat the primal known as Titan. This beloved divinity of kobolds possess the greatest threat to Limsa, and it is there that you shall find allies in your cause. The rest are great, but so too are the warlords. Topple the Lord of Cragton. We may progress to the next stage of our historic research. Fair fortune to you, Starlight. As I suspected, they are not more than broken men who have seized the docks and taken to robbing every passing ship. Come, let's put an end to their banditry and take back what is ours. Yes, yes, this is it. A treatise of Nemean military tactics, just as I had hoped. Hello there. Mayhap the tablet can explain this? Mumbles, scholars, familiars, fairies? The sunlight of Eos doth soothe and shield. The moonlight of Selene doth silence and strengthen. Starlight. By the 12, have you any idea what this means? We have rediscovered the long-lost magical arts of Nemean scholars. Fairies, honest to God's fairies. Well, now I have seen everything. Anyway, I shall return to the guild and begin translating the tablet. I cannot wait to see what other secrets it contains. Excellent timing, Starlight. I have just finished transcribing a section which will doubtless be of interest to you. According to the tablet, the crystal from which the fairy sprang forth is called the soul of the scholar, and it contains the wisdom of those long dead Nemean mages. With it you can call upon the fairy as you did before and bind her to your will. As I said before, I have little knowledge of Arcanema, so unless you have some objections, I would like to entrust the crystal to you. Oh, and you needn't recompense me. Simply knowing that the lost arts are being preserved is enough. I shall devote my energies to just deciphering the remaining text. Should I discover anything new, I promise that you will be the first to know. Okay, let's see if that works. Alright. Welcome back. Yeah, the ferry dock the base of the stone will carry you across the lake to Bay Shroud. Once you're ashore, head due east and you should find the Hawthorne Hut without much trouble. I happen to be heading across the lake to Sweetburn Pier and Bay Shroud. Indeed, I am Emmeline of the Twin Adder. I understand you're here to learn of the Sylphs, yes? For all their whimsy, they are weary a lot, particularly since the Empire has come to the Shroud. Earn their trust, however, and they're as friendly as any folk. They have their quirks, but so do we all know. Would you know more? You do well to speak with the master of this hut, Rolf. He's forgotten more about the Sylphs than I'll ever know. Come to learn a thing or two about the Sylphs, have you? I'll tell you one thing, they're a peculiar folk. How peculiar, you ask? Well, let me tell you. They're beg pardon, friend, my memory's just not what it used to be. I've seen much and more in my adventuring days, and it's all clutter in my noggin now. Though I've shared my stories with those around the hut before, you might have more luck with them. The Sylphs? Yes, Father's told me his stories plenty of times. What I've always found most captivating is how their concept of etiquette is almost completely alien to our own. You do best to not underestimate them on account of their childlike looks, lest your face end up a mess of glyphs, squiggles, and chocobo scratches. Tee. Sylphs, inveterate tricksters and troublemakers, that's what they are. One day they're drawing marble faces on your mask, and the next they're sending our young centuries falling to the bottom of a ravine. Tell them to stop and they just laugh at you. Rolf claims they harbor no ill will, but I dare say such pranks are no laughing matter. The quickest way to a quiver woman's heart might be through her stomach, but don't even think about trying to foist your foodstuffs on Sylph. They sustain themselves simply by bathing in the sun, or so Rolf once told me. Oh, of course, of course. Hearing your stories, well, my stories, has brought the memories flooding back to me. I feel like dancing. Yes, nothing brings people together quite like a little toe tapping. A Sylph told me long ago that dancing is a time-honored greeting among their kind. You'd do well to remember this. It just may well help win the favor of our forest friends. Oh, still here? Eh, great. There's one more thing you should know about the Sylphs. They don't take kindly to guests who show up empty-handed. To earn their trust, you'd do well to bring along drat, what was it again? And my little wife, Rosa, and I were just speaking of the matter not days ago. Forgive me, friend. Speak to Rosa at the com. Her memory should prove more reliable than mine own. You're an adventurer, are you not? You have the same air about you as father. He used to be an adventurer like you, though he has long since retired and now finds pleasure in welcoming travelers to this humble hut. We also serve hot meals to the brave men and women who protect our borders. A small token of our appreciation for their efforts. Speaking of which, our meat stocks are running perilously low yet again, and I must head into the bramble patch to trap some game. Sorry to cut short our conversation, but duty calls and no one else is going to. Oh, I do hate to impose, but might I trouble you to take this box of hunting tools and lay the traps in my stead? It is for a good cause, as I mentioned. There are only so many hours in the day, you understand, and every bell I spend on this task would be a bell spent neglecting another. Thank you ever so much. Now all that remains is for us to wait and pray for the bountiful catch. I shall have the wood whalers check the traps on the morrow. They are more than happy to do so, knowing that the meat will end up in their own bellies, like us not. But if I might be permitted to speak seriously for a moment, it is not an easy time to be a frontier sentry. Fearsome beasts abound in these parts, and there is the imperial threat besides. Thus I am glad that I, who cannot wield a sword, may yet play my part by preparing hearty meals for those brave men and women who willingly endure hurts that simple folk like me might enjoy peace. It's going alright. Peace offering for the sylphs. For anyone else, I'd recommend a jar of honey, but I fear that wouldn't get you past their first doorstep. Dear no. Their tastes run more to the unusual. Are you perchance familiar with milk root? That's what we call the root of the most fiendish seed king of Oju. When chewed, it exudes a cloudy liquid that's said to induce curious visions in the imbiber. You'd not catch me dead trying the stuff, but the sylphs seem to enjoy it to no end. I've not seen an Oju around the comb in quite some time, but I did encounter suspicious buckled grass the other day. Were you to stimulate it somehow with some of this amber syrup, for example, you might be surprised at what comes out. Good luck. Ah, you're back. Was my wife able to direct you to a suitable offering? Milk root. But of course, those sylphs quaff the cloudy stuff as quick as I do a flagon of mead. The effect's just about the same as well. Any road, a gift of milk root will have the sylphs calling you friend and sister the moment they lay eyes on it. Now let me wrap that up for you. I'm starting to feel a bit woozy. I've taken the liberty of wrapping your milk root well and good. This should keep it nice and fresh, not to mention spare you from that God's awful stench. The sylphs love the stuff, but me, I'd rather bury my nose in chocobo dung. I dare say the rate even rivals the breath of the Morval. That put an end to my adventuring days. But I can tell you that story another time. I have more important matters to attend to today, yes. The sylphs are an eccentric bunch, but I've shared their company enough to know they're kind at heart. They'll not shun one whose intentions are true. May your parley be a fruitful one, friend, and do stop by on your return. There's a flagon of full flower mead with your name on it, if you'd regale me with your adventuring tales. And before I forget, don't go traipsing off just yet. Emmeline here would have a word with you. Travel in safety, friend. And did pass along my regards to the winged ones. It's good to see your knowledge of sylphic culture has matured. I see no reason to delay your mission any further. Upon your arrival at Little Solace, seek out a young sylph by the name of Cormuxio. He has served as an intermediary between our peoples on many an occasion and has the close ear of his tribe's elder. I see that Hawthorne has furnished you with some of that Melodorus root, the Sylph Sodor. I have something of far greater import for you to deliver, a missive from the elder Seedseer herself. To summarize, the letter's content and brief. It vouches for the integrity of our envoy, that would be you, and restates Gridania's desire to maintain a harmonious relationship with our long-standing friends of the forest. The war with the Ixtal has taken a toll on our resources. We can ill afford to get mired in another conflict. I need not impress upon you any further the importance of this mission. May the 12 see you return with good tidings. Walking one is not familiar with this one. This one does not trust strange walking. Strange dancing ones might be a little different story, but this one, expecting no such thing. Walking one should go home and leave this one be. This one would welcome walking one who moves like these ones. If walking one would talk to this one will answer. This one is a busy one, so walking one should speak with quick tongue. Walking one would bring this gift to this one. Walking one is most kind. Walking one brings milk root. Milk root fills this one with great joy. This one gives things, gives many, many things. Walking one carries message for elder one. This one will deliver the message to the elder one. Walking one should not worry. Hello there. We're envoys from Gridania and we're here to treat with your people. Hi, we come to pay our respects to your elder and to learn from him more of your Lord Rama. Who are these ones? These walking ones come from Gridania. Walking one became a dancing one and brought milk root, but walking one tricks this one. This one does not like tricks. This one will speak no more. Elder one is busy. Walking one should go home. Go home, you say, but the souls of Little Solace has always welcomed Gridanian and envoys with open wings. The letter carried by Starlight here is an oath of peace penned by the elder, said Seer herself. Still you would refuse us? This one's reasons are no business of walking ones. Elder one has no words for Gridania. Walking ones waste everyone's time. Well, I turned away at the gates. Whatever did we do to deserve such a rude welcome? Well, Starlight's jig is efficiently jiggy. I'm as baffled as you, but something tells me recent events have our erstwhile fluttery friends feeling uncommonly wary. It would seem we have no choice but to ask around and see how we might earn their trust. Say, Starlight, are you in the mood for dancing? That's right, dancing. You went through all the trouble to learn the sylph's traditional greeting, but you greeted hardly any of them. Why, if I were a sylph, I'd be beside myself with delight to see an adventure expressing an interest in my culture. Me, of course, I'd be happy to join. Ow, ow. There goes those bloody leg cramps of mine, acting up again. Walking one's belly is rumbling. This one is not making a meal. This one is boiling bark and flower seeds to dye thread. Color must be jolly and so must great making. Ooh, walking one knows jolly dance. Jolly dance fills this one with good cheer. Let these two be friends. Walking one is friend to these ones, friendly like gracious elder one of Forest City knows how to dance into these ones' hearts. Walking one would be a friend to these ones. This one is overjoyed, but this one keeps the ways of weaving the secret. Even if Walking one learned the secret, Walking one could not weave in the same way. Starlight, would you like to hear the good news or the better news? The good news is that your lovely dancing has brought smiles and high spirits to all of Little Solace. The better news? Well, I have thoroughly recovered from those accursed leg cramps. Onward to our next adventure. Starlight, as an adventurer, you're no stranger to helping distressed folk. I'd wager. Tales of good deeds are quick to spread. The adventurer who comes to aid of the local populace can go from stranger to hero overnight. No doubt you see what I'm getting at. Sylphs who make their home in Little Solace do so having been driven from their woodland home. Surely they have their fair share of troubles. Seek out troubled sylphs and see what might be done to ease their worries. A sound plan, would you not say? That said, the sylphs are not known to share their worries with outsiders. You would be better off inquiring the hearer in the media of the Gardanians who reside here. She is most like to be privy to the sylphs' troubles. Walking one may dance many dances, but this one still doesn't like walking ones. Why? Because walking ones don't listen, that's why. If walking one wants to be friends with this one, walking one should listen and listen good. This one has itchy spot on back. Walking one should poke it. Tee, walking one fell into a trap. Touching this one turns walking one's skin into moss. Tee, mossy one's skin turns greener and greener. Mossy one should examine himself to see how silly moss has become. One has become. Hee, walking one is so silly, there is no curse, silly one. This one tricks you. Tricks silly one good, yes, this one is smart. Silly one should congratulate this one for being so smart. So very smart. That's right, silly one. This one is very, very smart one. Silly one is smart to know this. Silly one makes this one laugh. This one likes to laugh. Maybe silly one is not so bad after all. This one needs help. Please help these ones. Battle one's called Dazzling. I don't know how to pronounce it. Gee, guys. Think these ones are food. Attack these ones. Attack whenever these ones go into the forest to bathe in sunlight. Some of these ones have gone into the forest to lure out vile ones. This one wants walking one to wait for vile ones, wait nearby and slay vile ones that come. Oh, walking one, please listen. This one was frolicking in the forest as this one likes to do when nasty tusk ones came huffing and puffing and charging. This one was so frightened. This one is too scared to go back to the forest. Walking one, it can make tusk ones go away. Yes, this one would dance for joy. Tusk ones hide in bushes walking. One should be careful. Praise be to the elementals. I cannot express how happy I am to see an adventurer with truly a gentle heart. The sylphs of Little Solus are solely in need of aid. Pray hear me out. Being a temporary settlement, Little Solus wants for amenities, not least a stout set of defenses. Consequently, beasts from mountains around are free to wander and terrorize the hapless residents. The Ziz, Gorlins, and Gownats that roam these parts are especially troublesome, but slaying one of each should serve as a warning to the rest. Furthermore, perhaps you could gather 3 brownie brushes as well. They play an important role in Sylphic culture. I do not claim to know the details and what with such feral beasts prowling the forests. They are not easily come by. When you are done with the deeds, seek out Kamaxio. He is slow to warm to others, but your good intentions will not be lost on him. My own experience speaks to this. Hold on, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Dancing One is still here. Dancing One can dance all night. This one's trust is not so easily learned. Dancing One brings brownie brushes for this one. This one can dye a thread once more. This one is pleased. Dancing One kills buzzy ones. This one hates bitey, buzzy ones. Dancing One is kind, too kind. Many walking ones come to these ones' abode, but few are friendly like Dancing One. Perhaps this one was wrong not to trust Dancing One after all. This one asks for a Dancing One for forgiveness. These ones have many troubles since walking ones last came to our abode. This one must be careful, always careful. But Dancing One is not like other walking ones. This one can trust Dancing One. This one would ask Dancing One for help. Strange walking ones with bodies of steel come to the helm of these ones. This one thinks still ones come from Empire. Where Empire goes, many living ones become dead ones. Trees fall and bushes burn. These ones' home is in danger. Danger. This one begs of Dancing One to help this one no more. Dancing One is friends with these ones and walking ones, yes. Dancing One must speak to these ones here and walking ones in Hut House and find out more. This one has bad feeling. This one fears still ones are after something, but this one should speak no more. Go Dancing One. This one depends on kindness of Dancing One. These ones must bathe in sunlight to survive. Without sunlight, these ones will fall ill and trouble away to no ones. Thanks to Walking One, these ones can safely bathe in sunlight once again. Sunlight again. Praise be to Walking One. Walking One has made test ones go away. This one can play in the forest again. This one thanks Walking One. This one is forever, never Walking One's friend. Helpful One has returned. This one is troubled. When this one ran away from nasty test ones, this one dropped these 3 spindles of thread. This one searched rambling place over and over, but nothing was found. Oh, woe is this one. Helpful One, will you help? Yes. Helpful One will help, yes. Strange still walking ones, yes, this one has seen. Still walking ones carry big boxes. Maybe walking ones hunt for a shiny treasure. This one likes treasure. Shush, shush. This one says still ones, walking ones are scary, like touched ones. This one's hates scary, and scary ones have scary friends. Thank you to the person. Men clad in the strange armor? Why, now that you mention it, I did see some suspicious types of light. They were gathering deep in the forest. I simply assumed they were adventurers. Fearsome types clad head to toe in steel. You say Imperial soldiers, no doubt. I couldn't tell you what they're plotting, but I'm sure it's nothing good. This one is happy to see Dancing One return. What did Dancing One learn? This one sees still walking ones come from Empire, carry boxes, and go walking deep through trees. As this one thought, still walking ones are up to nasty no good things. This one knows forest well. Still walking ones try to hide, but this one will find them. This one would borrow Dancing One's map. This one makes mark right here. This is where still ones hide. This one knows Dancing One will go looking for still ones, yes. Dancing One is back. This one breathed a sigh of relief. This one was worried. Dancing One found something. Dancing One found paper inside a box. This is a message from Empire. This one can read Walking One symbols. Message paper has names of food and rocks. Food and rocks were inside boxes. This one knows. But this one does not understand food and rocks mentioned all come from home of these ones. How do still walking ones know to find them? Is there a sneaky one hiding behind this one's wings, snipping one, selling secrets to still walking ones? This one fears this one's home, but for this one's home, but Dancing One has helped this one much today. Dancing One must promise to always be friends to these ones. Helpful ones arrive at a good time. This one needs helpful one's help. One of these ones named Claxio ventured outside Little Solus alone. Alone is unsafe. Helpful one must find Claxio. Claxio struck west after leaving the settlement. Hurry before Claxio ends up in the belly of a beastly one. What? Walking One wants this one to return to Los Solis? Don't make this one laugh. This one is weary of living with those who are not these ones. This one wants to be alone. These ones rely on Walking Ones for everything, no better than those ones that summon a primal one. Small wonder this one chose to leave. This one thought this a likely place to build a home, but then Meddling One arrives, so forces this one to go deeper into the forest. Meddling One is forbidden from following this one, away with Meddling One. But Claxio refused to return to these ones and went deeper into the forest. But this one saw touched ones lurking in the forest. Helpful one must hurry and find Claxio. Helpful one should search for spools of thread on the forest floor. Those things will lead Helpful One to Claxio, but hurry before touch ones take Claxio away. Meddling one is back. This one told meddling one to be gone. Tell Kamuxio that this one will never go back. Never. Touch ones should go away too. This one is good one. Everyone should just leave this one alone. Be on guard, Starlight. These sylphs have been tempered, brought under the thrall of the primal Rama. Akin to the Amalja, tempered by Ifrit, these sylphs exist only to serve their deity. They'll not answer to words, only still. I take no pleasure in this, but it must be done. This one is safe. This one was so scared. Claxio, this one has been worried, so very worried. Is Claxio unharmed, still in possession of wits? Kamuxio and meddling one as well. Why are these two here? These two came in to rescue Claxio. That Claxio is safe fills this one with joy. Kamuxio, forgive this one. This one did not mean to run away from Little Solus. This one was just afraid. These ones who live at Little Solus were changing, becoming friendly with other ones. This one feared that these ones were forgetting who these ones are, like Touch once did, but this one was wrong. This one can see that now. Meddling or helpful ones, this one is grateful. This one will return to Little Solus to be with Kamuxio and friendly ones. Well, that should see to that. Say we return to Little Solus as well. I, for one, could do with a nice hot bath. This one thought Claxio was lost forever. Helpful one saved Claxio, now these ones can be family again. This one has known many walking ones, even many kind walking ones, but Helpful one is kindest the strongest of all. Helpful one is a hero to these ones. Helpful one will bring these ones and walking ones close together. This one knows this one would take Helpful one to see Elder One. But Elder One is... This one must ask one's forgiveness. This one made promise to take kind one to see Elder One, yes, but this one cannot. This one cannot because Elder One is not here. Elder One is not anywhere. Elder One went into the forest yesterday but has not come back. This one is worried. Elder One often goes in the forest but never for this long. And kind one, will you help find Elder One, yes? Near where Elder One disappeared in the home of walking one named Buscaron. Buscaron may know what happened to Elder One. This one would talk to Buscaron, but walking ones do not always trust these ones. Would kind one talk to Buscaron for this one? And kind one comes from Gridania, yes. In Gridania live many kind ones, yes. This one begs of kind one, please go to Gridania and ask fellow kind ones for help, and please hurry. These ones are not safe until the Elder One returns. Without thread, this one cannot leave. Whatever is this one to do. This one's thread. This one can weave again. Helpful one is so kind. This one thanks Helpful one from bottom of this one's heart. Well, if it isn't our intrepid ambassador, how fare your diplomatic efforts with the Sylph tribes? The elder's gone missing, you say? Why, if he were to end up in the hands of the Tempered Ones, we'd have a crisis on our hands. You can assure the Sylphs that my sharpest-eyed serpents will be on the lookout night and day. No stone must be left unturned. I would ask you to call upon Giamalco at Branch Meadows and deliver the message that the wood whalers are needed in the search effort. A message from Commander Hilloy, you say? The Sylph Elder has vanished. Worry not, friend. The wood whalers have eyes under every leaf, behind every branch. If the Elder is anywhere in these forests, we shall find him. Well, admit, adventure, we have the finest grog and grub on the side of Ed, not here to fill your belly then. Hunger for news, is it? There's been talk of a sylph lurking hereabouts, but I couldn't rightly say if it be the elder you seek. Those woodland scamps all look alike, short of painting, one red and another one blue. Most folk would struggle to tell the two of them apart. If you have the time, mayhap you could stay a while and see what the gods have in store. You never know, you might even stumble across the Sylph Elder yourself. Buscaron could use an adventure to douse a pipe brewing at the establishment. No word on the Sylph Elder yet, but I'm sure it's only a matter of time. In the meantime, how about doing a favor for old Buscaron in return. Right then, let's put you to work. There's a customer outside who's spoiling for a fight, and I need you to call him off for me. No need to go cracking any skulls, though. Just take this tub of cold water and douse the drunkard. This tends to do the trick. My patrons can swill grog all night and caress loud enough to wake the dead if they wish, but as soon as it turns violent, I've got to put my boot down. What are you staring at? You want to keep them eyes on your face? No, because it's that's cold. What do you mean, no fighting? This dust white scum was. Yeah, I know the rules. That bastard gets to keep his skin for now. Nicely done, Starlight. I'll not have my patrons picking fights with each other over a bit of petty prejudice. In case you didn't see, the bloke who caught the brunt of that outburst is a dusk white blazon. There are people who shun cities to live in the wilds, making them no better than brigands in the eyes of many. To be fair, the dusk whites can be an unruly lot, but they ain't so bad once you get to know them. And it don't seem right to bar a whole race of people from the druthers for the misdeeds of a few. There should be at least one place where anyone is willing to pay coin and drink in peace and is welcome, don't you think? I appreciate all the good you've done for our patrons. If you aren't disinclined, I have a favor of my own to ask you. There's a Quaquern friend of mine you see named Teeteroon. A good lad. It was right after the calamity that I came across him fallen in the shroud. He nearly died in all to have it, so I took him in and nursed him back to health best I could. He worked there at my druthers for a spell. He worked here at my druthers for a spell. After that, got to talking about striking out on his own. He did, and not long after, cast his lot with a merchant bound for Lenosia. Well, it just so happens I got a cleaning up around here and came across something of his, the scarlet earring. I know he was fond of the thing, but he must have just forgotten it when he left. So I'd like to see that gets to him. Can't say for sure where he ended up, but might be a friend of mine kin. A Roganen fellow named Ben Singh. You can find him in Hawker's Alley in Limsa Limenza. He knows everything of the comings and goings of merchants there. You found your way to Akara's Alley, friend. Required what worked at Brothers. You speak of Teteru. Related to that Kyoko float just over there by some flood or another. Two of them put together and were making good coins, but old Teteru up and left Limsa not long ago couldn't say as to why or where. You're better off asking Kyoko yourself. He can be tight of lip, though. I warn you, best to take this chicken egg with you. A little bastard loves the bloody things. Heck, good to hear about old Buck, though. Sounds as though he ain't finished a bit. Just like him to send a adventurer along, too shy to come his own self. Got that miss drinking with that fool. Customer, be welcome. Not customer, not come with custom. Kyokorun busy with business, too busy for blather. Chicken egg? Kyokorun loves chicken egg. Love chicken egg more than love customer. Looking for a Teterun? Teterun no here no more. Teterun leave limbs, Teterun go back for Barclays. No, working at trading post, good trading post, forget where a trading post is. Weinberg, no Teterun, Weinberg, no trading post, Weinberg at ferry docks. You go ferry docks, to ferry docks. Kyokurun, forget things, Weinberg, remember things, you talk to Weinberg, not Kyokurun. Kurun. Teteru and I have seen him, that is to say I saw him. He was headed somewhere up north by the way of the ferry to Elport. Might as well head there and see what you can suss out. The skipper here can take you to there. When you arrive, I'd start by asking him Ahid for what. He's an old hand, knows a great deal about a great many things. Teteru and I saw him, that is to say I seen him. He took himself north through Skull Valley into Oakwood, was looking for a place run by his fellow Weakward. I reckon he meant the one right on the shore of Bronze Lake, the Maroon's trading post. Follow the road and you're sure to find it. welcome, not customer, not come with custom, bring something to Titter. Titterun, forget this. Forget druthers. Titterun swore would never forget hearing, but never forgot. Titterun, think Titterun. Good busker, good, doing good. Busker, good busker, good Titterun. Titterun, miss good busker. Good Buscaroon helped Titterun dead without good Buscaroon must give thankies. Many thankies. Titterun make quick quern fire water for Buscaroon. Buscaroon love fire water. You help Titterun make fire water. Need thingies to make good. Need many thingies. Need coral pup whiskers. Need 3 good coral pup whiskers. Titaroon make fire water for Buscaroon. You bring thingies Titaroon need. You brought all thingies. Titaroon make fire water now. Make good fire water for a good Buscaroon. Titaroon start making fire water now. Good fire water. Take time, more good. You come back later. Titaroon make fire water. Good fire water. You take to Buscaroon. Good fire water for a good Buscaroon. Tell Buscaroon no drink now. Tell put away 1 year. 1 year make best flavor. Titaroon helps Buscaroon happy. Titaroon gives Buscaroon thank yous. Many thank yous. You tell Buscaroon. Titaroon make good shop someday. Biggest shop in New Eorzea. Make many sparklies. All thanks to good Buscaroon. You've returned. Thank you for seeing Titaroon's belongings to him. What's this for me? Quick learn fire water, so he remembers my fondness for the drink, does he? Why, that old aw, bloody hose. Who's cutting onions back there? He says to shelve it for a year, does he? Aye, that sounds about right. I hate to wait, but I reckon it will be worth it. This stuff has an aroma and body unlike any other drink I know. It's gonna be a long year. What? Say you come back then, friend. We'll see if we can't get through those bottles together. There was word while you were away. Sylphs were seen in the wood, but near no lands of their own. No, this was a place near to here, a place we've never known a sylph to come. Something must have given them cause to venture this far, more than like the missing sylph elders among them. Here, I've marked the track where they were sighted on your map. Go see if there is anything to be seen. forgot to read. First sylphs, now Garleans, and all in the same place. It cannot be a mere coincidence. Might the Garleans be following the sylphs, tracking them, or giving chase? Mayhap. But no, not this far into the forest. The Whalers' spires are everywhere. Imperials could never have stolen past them all. How in the bloody hells could they, unless someone guided them through, someone who knew where the spires stand and when the Whalers watch a Gridanian trader. Glad you come, friend. There is something I want to talk to you about. You know, I said I thought I might have a traitor in our midst. Someone was aiding the Garleans. Well, I'm thinking I might have identified our suspect. There's a regular of mine who used to dine on thin soup and sip his pint on account of not being able to afford another, but of late he's taken to ordering my best wines and the best cuts of meat I can lay my hands on. Were he a merchant, I'd probably think nothing of it, but this lad's a wood whaler. And wood whalers don't earn that kind of coin by chance. I was musing on where the money was coming from when you first told me about Garleans in the forest, and I couldn't help but putting two and two together. Suffice it to say, if a whaler is working for the Empire, none of us is safe. The lad I'm talking about goes by the name of Laurentius. Last I heard, he was in the South Shroud. Find him, Starlight, and if he is up to no good, put an end to it. And him if it comes to that. Can you not see I am on patrol? Be gone. If you have the business with the whalers, take it to the barracks. Not long now. To think patrol roads and rations would fetch such a price. No more than I deserve, though. 'Tis little wonder the Empire has risen to such heights, if only the whalers paid men their worth. How long have you... Help! Please come quick, my friend did it. Zai, Laurentius, I am under attack. How did you just, I know nothing. I was on patrol. He had just appeared. I thought you were working for the Garleans. How long do you mean to keep this up? What is it you imagine I've done? Enough. Enough, I say. It's over then. I sold maps and rations to the Empire. It was I meant no harm. I only wanted the coin. The whalers are good, strong. I was proud to join their ranks, am proud, but they do not provide. They preach justice, honor, duty, but in the end it is those with money who do as they will, who live as they will. So I sought an opportunity to change my fortunes and took it, and I've done for money, endangered myself, my home. Oh, thank you, Lythrea. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I need to get more water, though. So I saw an opportunity to change my fortunes and took it. All I've done for money, endangered myself, my home, everything, and everyone I love. Well, why my actions have put your life in danger, too. Though you do not yet realize how much, bloody idiot, did you imagine that you had cornered me? It is not I who is cornered. Aww, Tulip is so cute! Give her hugs and pets for me. Yeah. Okay. Guardians, I brought the Makota bitch. Permit me a question, if you will. Are all adventurers so deluded as to believe they can challenge the power of Garland? You would need a veritable mountain of guilt to fund such an endeavor. Such is the cost of fighting great power, or of making it, or of remaking it, as we will, Gardania. So that's the way of it. Swap your hand hard bunk at the barracks for a feather bed and Garland Mall, did you? You there, Makode, you stand here at Old Bus Wish now, then you don't stand alone. possible? How did you best at Empire's finest and with bandits and poachers at your side? They are your sworn enemies. Why do they fight with you and not against you? But I know the answer only too well, Buscaron. This is his doing. His words are wont to inspire men to act better men than I. Gods, what have I become? What have I done? I am sorry. No more will I pursue this folly. No more lies. No more bribes. I will go to the Order of the Twin Outer and confess my crimes. There is something I would like to tell you. To tell Busker and tell him Laurentius the Fool says thank you. I feel as though a veil has been lifted from my eyes. Okay, I'm gonna go get more water real quick. I'll be right back. Well, hold on. I'll just wait here. Alright, I'm back. Laurentius confessed to his crimes. I just had word from the twin adder. Seems he marched straight into the nest and gave himself up. The lad's had quite a life, you know. His mother was killed by a brigand when he was only small. As a young man, he joined the Whalers, hoping to spare his fellow Gridanians the misery he'd known growing up. Truly is protecting Gridania is too big a job for one man, and he came to believe that he couldn't make a difference, that it was hopeless. There are a few things more dangerous than desperation, and a man lost in the dark is easily drawn to the glimmer of coin. I reckon he thought if he couldn't change the lot of his fellow man, he might as well change his own. Thing is, he was making a difference, just not on his own. Somehow he'd failed to grasp one simple truth, that those things we cannot do alone, we must do together. He asked you to thank me, did he? Then there's good in him yet. I just hope them at Adder's Nest are able to see it. What he's done ain't easy to forgive, but I'd like to think he'd afforded a chance to make amends. But let us leave fates to the 12. I have other news for you, Starlight. The Sylph Builder has been found. Oh, hold on, I gotta hydrate. It's taken us a fair while, but we've finally got our hands on some reliable information concerning the whereabouts of your missing green friend. And his name is Phrixio, and he is the eldest among the Sylphs of Little Solace. Long has he represented his kind in dialogue with the Gridanians. Yes, he's like a bridge between us and them, a small, leafy green bridge that we can't find at the moment. And bridges are no use if you don't know where they are. That's why it's so important that we find him. There's an abandoned dungeon called the Thousand Maws of Todorak here in the South Shroud. It was by the entrance to the place that Phrixio was seen and not long ago. Neither if you hurry, I reckon you'll find him. Walking ones, please help this one. This one needs help. Need help to help Elder One. Poor Phrixio. Poor Phrixio. Whoa. Hold your chocobos. Take a deep breath and tell us what's wrong. Nice and slow. Elder One went to Todorak, but has not returned. This one is worried, so very worried. And you're right to be this. The place crawls with nasties waiting to make a meal of anyone daft enough to wander in. What in the seven hells was he thinking entering that bloody death trap? Elder One had no choice. Imperial ones were chasing Elder One. Please, walking ones, must help Elder One. Help Elder One now. The fates conspire against us. Forgive my pragmatism, but Phrixio is our best hope of reaching an accord with the Sylphs. Were we to lose him, all our efforts thus far will have been for naught. I will tend to her wounds, Ida. Make haste to the outer nest and request assistance. Understood. Starlight, go to the 1,000 Maw of Todorok and see that Phrixio comes to no harm. Peace between men and self rests upon your success. By order of the Elder Soothsayer, the dungeon known as the 1,000 Maws of Todorak has been placed under the control of... What, the Sylph Elder is inside, and you are sure of this? How in the 7 hells did he manage to sneak by? God strike me down for a pure blind fool. You must find the Sylph Elder before he falls prey to the fiends within. The entrance to Todorak is ordinarily restricted, but there are exceptional circumstances. Pray assemble a rescue party and enter as soon as you are ready. Todorok Expedition notes. Dangerous fauna encountered upon entering cave. Calling as per mission parameters. Expect to encounter more as we press deeper. First Spear Rydell Totorak expedition notes to engaged with sizable fiends, succeeded in exterminating, but casualties mounting, must consider turning back if situation worsens. Totororak Expedition Notes 3. Dynamite infestation confirmed. Scores of eggs on verge of hatching beyond our means to deal with. Aborting mission, subsequent parties beware.
Darkness.
Elko Hidra Buglo Hans.
The mighty slayer of Ifrit has... The mighty slayer of Ifrit comes now to me.
Seize that on Rajyadorn.
With a countenance that bespeaks understanding.
Thagon well rogue. Tosan no Paiki.
An intriguing power, the echo. I must needs choose my words with care.
Mayhap I might if I deign to speak in my guest crude tongue. We meet at last. I am Lahabrea of the Asians, servant to the one true God. Yours is a most fantastical tale, truly absorbing. It is a tale to tell Eorzea's children before bedtime, and it will soon be dark, bringer of light.
The Dark Minions.
All that stands between this world and darkness is an irksome anomaly in the ether. The Echo. Yes, yours is a most fascinating tale. Alas, like all good tales, it must needs come to an end. But fear not.
Here, feel the presence of evil.
For the end of your tale is but the beginning of another. The tale of the crystal's demise.
Finally, fresh air. Maybe not so fresh, but better than before. Ah, sinister one is gone. This one can leave this awful place. Did Walking One vanquish the many-legged one? This one is grateful to Walking One. This one is called Phrixia, eldest of these ones of Little Solus. Alpha Squad reporting, sir. Nothing of note at Lexgal, sir. Understood. Return to Area 12. Damn it all. Where is that accursed icon hiding? No sign of our wizened friend. I'm afraid not, my lord. Shall I order that the search perimeter be expanded? Absolutely not. We risk alerting the Gridanians to our presence. His Excellency bid us avoid unnecessary confrontation. Loath though I am to admit it, I have found no evidence to suggest that Rima will be gracing the mortal realm in the near future. I ask you, what good is a god who does not grant one's wishes? For myself, I should strongly consider finding myself another idol. Which reminds me, what of the sylphs we captured? A handful of them seemed to be in reasonably good health when I last looked. Apologies, my lord. I fear we may have been overzealous in our efforts to compel them to summon their icon. Really, Centurion? Were you not aware of that vegetables bruise easily? It is well that I did not entrust you with the important task of making my dinner. Well, mayhap it was a kindness. Better dead in truth than dead to one's own god, I suppose, if you believe in such things. Dawn is upon us. Make ready to withdraw. Useless. We are so close to completion. I can fair taste it, but at this rate. No, I must be patient. Our efforts will bear fruit in due time. What was it you always said? Ah, yes, though it means bringing down the very heavens, who shall challenge the limits of possibility? Not we. In that alone were you right, Garland? But your star is long fallen, while mine doth begin to rise. And it shall burn so bright that Lord Van Belzar's ultimate weapon will seem a mere candle beside it. Ha 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 ha. Those walking ones did for Noxia. This one is certain of it. This one fears that other taken ones also suffered the same fate. This one is convinced walking ones have black hearts, seek only to harm these ones. Walking ones are not to be trusted. No, Neuraxia. Do not pass judgment too hastily. Not all walking ones are alike. Though there are evil ones among the walking ones, there are good ones also. Excuse me. Does walking one feel unwell? This one would know what brings Walking One to this place. Came to this one's rescue at Noraxia's bidding. Then this one owes Walking One a debt of gratitude. Walking One has questions about Lord Rama, then this one will provide answers. But first, let these ones quit this lightless place. This one will return to Little Solace when Walking One is ready. Please come and see this one. These ones may speak properly then. Then it is settled. Let this one accompany Walking One outside. A dire threat to the people of Limzilum, and said if he would face the Lord of Rags and continue our historic research, then you must travel to Maritime Nation and join a primal hunting expedition. There is little point in beginning the austerities of Earth until you have bathed in the Aether released upon Titan's feet. Ah, Starlight, I was hoping you might come along. Deciphering the treaties has proven more difficult than I anticipated, but I have nevertheless made the progress. It contains a wealth of military knowledge, much of which details the role of scholars in Nemean units. Apparently, a single scholar could provide effective support for an entire party of marauders. They would employ their magics to heal the wounds and enhance the abilities of their allies. Moreover, they often served in leadership roles as they were highly trained tacticians. But how swiftly the remembrance of all things is buried in the gulf of eternity. The treatise indicates that Nemean scholars wielded a far more diverse repertoire of spells than you currently possess. Precisely why you lack these spells, I cannot say. However, the fault may lie with your fairy. One could surmise that the knowledge contained within the soul of the scholar is essentially hers. Therefore, if she cannot remember the ancient magics, it would suggest that. I thought it occurs to me, if it is indeed the case that the fairy, having been sealed for 1500 years, has yet to fully regain her senses, mayhap visiting a familiar your location would hasten the process. And I can think of no more familiar place than the city of Nim, rather what remains of it, in outer Lenosia. What? Oh, I do. Okay. Oh, whoops. I went the wrong way. I'm gonna go to bed as soon as I'm done streaming. Welcome back, Starlight. I gather the experiment met with success. Then this strongly suggests that each fairy is a distinct individual with their own thoughts, feelings, and memories. Well, I must redouble my efforts to translate the remaining text. At this rate, your discoveries threaten to overshadow mine. Not to bemoan your accomplishments, but I have yet to decipher any equally amazing stratagems. Soon enough, though, soon enough. you're back. Tell me the Sylph Elder as well. Thank the gods for that. I don't rightly know what to make of the rest of your tale, but I'm full glad Phrixio didn't come to any harm. But there I go, tempting fate. Run over to the little solace and secure us peace with the sylphs before aught else befalls us. Say, rest assured, I'll send word to our friend Charlene and the 12 Adder both. You've done Gridania a great service this day, lass, and earned yourself a place of honor here at the Druthers. In so doing, be sure and come by whenever you feel like a drop of clean fire water. Say, friend, there's something I'd like to ask you to see delivered to the Sylphs of Little Solace. This is Yema Rose Oil. It's a gift to celebrate the safe return of their tribe's elder and a token of Gridania's desire to unite. The wood is not what it once was. The calamities changed, the elementals weakened them. Until their strength is returned, we must lend them ours to keep the wood safe. But ours alone will not be enough. We must have the strength of the sylphs as well. Only by working together and fighting together will we survive together, and the 12s would with us. The gift I ask you to bear is a symbol of the hope that both Gridanian and sylph alike will live to see the light beyond this darkness. Your word, Garleans in the woods got a little busker on beside himself with worry. So I came up with a bit of an idea I did. Might be heard there's a place near here to hear where poachers and all other manners of scum gather. There are no friends of Gridania to be sure, but they've even less love for Garlemald, so I got to thinking, why not ask him to keep an eye on any Garleans in the wood. Enemy is my enemy and all that. You're back, lass, and something tells me you've not come for a flag and a busker and sail, all the better. That I just overheard Garlean stragglers listening in the Falls Wood, and you know they're not like to be up to any good. Me, why, I'd like nothing more than to gut those Imperial horse myself, but I fear I have another duties to attend this day. We're counting on you, lass. It depends on how tired I am. Thank you for the hydrate. Saw to those Garlean dogs as swift and sure as I saw to me pint of me duties did yet on behalf of old man Busker and me compatriots here at the Druthers. Ye have me gratitude and then some. What with ye and myself see into matters last, I would tell ye now flagon a mead or a Garlean troublemaker on or around these premises is safe. Buskarin is worried by Garleans in the wood. Is he? Then the situation must be dire. Very well, I will see to it. Any Imperials are watched with a close eye. By the by, you are the Mokote making a name for herself of late, are you not? It is good to finally put a face to the name. Garleans in the wood, Buskarin would not lie of such things, nor I think would you. Worry not, the wasps are watching. Tell me, are you the summoner rumors speak of? I suspected as much. Many wasps are looking forward to the day they cross paths with you, myself included. Until then, friend. have the hospitality of our enemies, left the sour taste in your mouth, did it pity that. They're no respect for land or law, but they're not without their uses. Now they know who ya are and what ya ain't scared of them. And that ya ain't scared of them. Your name's getting known late, for better or worse. Got a lot of folk talking and taking an interest in ya. Thought it best if you went looking for them before they came looking for you. A gift from Walking One, Busker, and a gift for these ones. Such a lovely scent. This one has never smelled anything like this before. Walking One, Busker, and Adventuring One are very kind. Know that this one is deeply grateful. Many Walking Ones are scary, many Walking Ones utter many lies and much deception. But this one is moved. Let all these ones be friends forever. This one wishes to thank the Adventuring One. Adventuring One saved the Elder One. But this one must ask a favor first. Will Adventuring One bring 3 bottles of fresh blood? Is morbid favor. This one knows, but must have flesh from the ones known as. See you guys. Here, Adventuring One. Take blood bottles using almost dead ones to take fresh blood. This one has been expecting Walking One. This one fetches Elder One. This one is pleased to see Walking One again. Welcome to the home of these ones. Ah, there you are, Starlight. We have been hearing tell of your deeds of daring do. Well done. Ah, the Walking Ones who aided in Araxia. This one is grateful. A pleasure to have been of service. If you do not mind my asking, how did your misadventure come about? This one does not mind. The misadventure is as Walking One calls them. of this began when Imperial ones entered the wood. Fearing the trouble, these ones decided to watch Imperial ones closely. But these ones watched too closely, and Imperial ones noticed and tried to catch these ones. Having nowhere else to hide, this one fled into Totorak. What that this one had not in Totorak, a sinister one robbed and Black tried to feed this one to a many-legged one. Sinister one robed in black. Why do I have the feeling I should be more worried about that than I am? Elder Phrixia, we come to you as emissaries of the nation of Gridania. This missive bears the words of the Elder Seedseer. This one sees the walking ones of Gridania are fearful of Lord Rima. Plainly put, yes, there were people summoned the Lord of Levin but once, yet that single occurrence occasioned great alarm. But it's not as if the Gridanians dislike you or anything. Actually, it's just the opposite. They think of you as friends and they don't want anything to get in the way of that. That's why the Elder Seedseer wrote to you. This one well knows and respects Horde one Kanesena, but be assured, like walking ones of Gridania, these ones have no desire for conflict. These ones resorted to summoning Lord Rima to protect the wood from Imperial ones. This one counseled against doing so, but was not heeded. Against this one's wishes, Lord Rima was summoned, and all those ones who took part became touched ones. These ones want so desperately to turn touched ones back to normal ones, but did not know how, and still do not know. Touched ones, meanwhile, wanted to turn these ones into touched ones and did not know how. So this one fled to Little Solace with all those who did not wish to be bound to Lord Rima. But walking ones of Gridania need not fear touched ones or Lord Rima. Unlike other primal ones, Lord Rima is not callous and cruel. So long as walking ones do not trespass on these ones' ancestral homeland, where touched ones reside, walking ones will not suffer thunderous judgment. But this one has spoken enough of touched ones. This one would speak instead of these ones. As this one said, these ones desire peace with walking ones of Gridania, and so these ones ask for a chance to set things right. By way of an addendum, mortals who are tempered to come to take on the qualities of embodied by the primal in question. In the case of sylphs, Rima's influence has made them fiercely protective of their homeland. That explains why they're so hostile towards trespassers, but what about the abductions? A fine situation, Ida. The abductions are, I believe, an expression of the tempered sylph's desire for reconciliation, another quality traditionally associated with Rima. In the crudest manner imaginable, they seek to bring their fellows back into the fold, a timely reminder that the challenges posed by each primal are unique. Elder Phrixia, we thank you for making your will known to us. The people of Gridania will seize your knowledge that they and the sylphs are united in their desire for peace. Wishing to cooperate, this one has written down the feelings of these ones. Please see that these feelings are conveyed to Horned One, Canisena. And with that, I believe we can lay the matter of Rima to rest. The Sylph Elder is very reasonable, I must say. You could learn a lot from him. Was that a jibe? If so, I feel it only fair to observe that one of us wouldn't recognize reason if it punched her on the nose. Did I say fair? I meant reasonable. Anyway, we're going to head back to the Waking Sands and tell Minfilia all about it. Fear not, we will be sure to mention the instrumental part you played in all of this, and while we see to that, we should appreciate it if you would deliver Frixio's missive to the Outer's Nest. Elder Frixio, we humbly thank you for your time. It has been an honor. This one, the honor is this one's. Together, let the walking ones of Gridania and these ones find a way to live in peace. Please wait, Walking One Starlight. This one has yet to give Walking One a token of this one's appreciation. When these ones summoned Lord Rima, these ones were gifted this crystal. This one would now bestow this crystal upon Walking One as a symbol of these one's trust. This one was not mistaken about Walking One. Walking One is destined to walk a fate far crueler than this one can imagine. A brilliant light from within Walking One enveloped the crystal this one saw. Mark this one well, that crystal will one day be of use to Walking One. Walking One must keep that crystal safe at all times. Before Walking One returns to Gridania, this one would ask Walking One to watch touched ones. So long as touched ones are not troubled, touched ones will not make trouble. If Walking One's witnesses touched ones making no trouble, mayhap Walking One can testify to Walking Ones of Gridania that these ones mean no harm. These ones' homeland is fraught with danger. This one marks down safe to places to look out for touch ones. These one, there are tempered slopes in the distance. You do not sense that they pose a danger if left alone. If it isn't Starlight, how went the meeting with the Sylph? A missive from the Sylph Elder himself, if I may. So the Sylphs have no desire for conflict, nor do they intend to summon Raymond. And so long as we leave the Tempered Ones be, we need not fear any aggression on their part. The Elder Seedseer will be overjoyed to hear that the Sylphs have welcomed our adventurers. And in the knowledge that they bear us no ill will, we may channel our resources towards tackling the more conspicuous threats to our security. You have done this one nation a great service, my friend. On behalf of all Gardanians, I give you my thanks. The Sylphic folk have long been friends to Gardania. The mere thought of being at war with them pained the Elder Seedseer to no end. But owing to your efforts, she will be able to rest easier, being the benevolent soul that she is. My lady will surely try to find a way to reverse the tempering process. Once again, I thank you. Had the scions of the Seventh Dawn not offered to mediate between our people, suspicion and doubt may well have led us into needless conflict. Pray pass on my regards to Lady Nymphilia. Hello, Starlight, can you hear me? It is I, Nymphilia. Ida and Papalimo returned some little while ago, and they wasted no time in regaling me with the tale of your exploits. Thanks in large part to you, the name of one primal may be struck from our list of enemies, and the Gradanians may turn their attention to more pressing matters. Well done. Yet the end of one tale is but the start of another. Pray return to the walking sands at your earliest convenience. I would apprise you of the present situation in person. it isn't my favorite adventurer, welcome back, Starlight. Lady Minfilia awaits you within the solar. Please enter at your leisure. I am given to understand that the matters of Rima has finally been resolved. I fear resolve bespeaks a permanence we cannot rightly claim, yet I am well satisfied that the Lord of Leven will not trouble us in the foreseeable future. Your satisfaction is assurance enough for me. How fares the investigation? Well enough, Dencred is sparing no effort. There are many in one, just as you suspected. Their purpose, however, eludes us still. I see. I have been meaning to ask, but is Alisei quite well? I feel as if I have scarcely seen her in recent days. Oh, you haven't, and nor have I. Alas, Alisei has chosen to walk her own path. Stubborn girl, but you may be assured that our destination remains the same. And on that note, I take my leave of you. I trust the Baldesian report will serve you well. I take it we can proceed as discussed. Why do you ask? You scarce needed my permission to act. It's good to see you again, Starlight. I have been looking forward to congratulating you on your triumph in the 12's Wood. Owing to your efforts, conflict has been averted. Truly, you have done the Scions proud. With that, we can strike Rema from the list. So who's next? Sahagin or in Leviathan? The Lord of the World has not answered his minion's call of late, nor is he expected to do so in the near future. While the Sahagin remained inaggressive as ever, they lacked the quantity of crystals required to call forth their god. As with the Sylphs, we can leave them to their own devices for a time at least. For a time bears repeating. We can ill afford to fall complacent. It is as Shola says, unless we know the minds of the beast tribes, we cannot predict with any certainty when next the primal will return to plague the land. This being the case, we must proceed with as much haste as prudence allows. Any word on Titan? The Maelstrom keeps the kobolds under constant observation. We shall hear from them ere long. You may depend on it. Indeed, so then of all the known primals that have been active in recent times, we are left with Gridania. Wait, I meant Garuda. Who is the primal of Ixal who lived near Gridania? Yes, that's what I meant. So many mouths to cover. Without there were a more efficient way to conduct our surveys. Were he still with us, we should not bring long have awaited wanted for a more practical solution. She's not wrong there. Where in the world are you, Chief? But one sure step at a time. Henceforth, the Order of the Twin Adder will handle all matters pertaining to the sylphs under the sage guidance of the Seed Seers. I bid you all enjoy a moment's respite. You have earned it. Is there something else, Starlight? Beg pardon? A man named La Brea, sporting a red mask and robed in black. It's well preserved. Prior to the calamity, the Asians took great pains to remain hidden. Why would they choose to cast off their veil of secrecy now? Gods, this bodes ill. We must take advantage of the present lull in primal hostility and investigate this La Brea. Learn all we can of him and his designs. I dread to think. Eek. Totoro? The Sylph and Thanalan? At long last, this one finds walking one Starlight. This one is most dependable of these ones. It is sent by Elder One Frixio to help walking ones. This one is called Neuraxia. This one comes as a friend. Let those ones be friends. Pleasure to meet you, Neuraxia. Yes, Totoro is ready to express her fright as she is to express everything else. Not all of us are forged of the same steel as you, I'm afraid. Excuse me. But it takes all kinds to make a family, and it pleases me to know and that to see ours continue to grow. One by one, the people of Eorzea are beginning to unite. Starlight, draw to the hope that shines within you. Yet a darkness threatens to engulf this land, this light. Never have I doubted the Asians' presence, but that they have grown as so brazen as to carry out their work in plain sight fills me with the sense of deep foreboding. I'm afraid there is no rest for the weary, Starlight. We must delve further into the motivations of the masked one, the Asian known as La Brea. This is an ideal moment to do so, while our hands are not bound dealing with another primal. At present, we know little and less about the Asians, only that destruction follows in their wake. I should not be surprised that these ones are behind the chaos that rocks the realm. If my fear proves to be reality, we must do all in our power to stop them. Earlier, I sent word to each Grand Company to solicit cooperation. The Immortal Flames responded to the effect that they have information on a potential sighting. This intel legends that we can ill afford to ignore. Go speak with Flame Commander Swift at the Hall of Flames in Ulta to inquire further. How you go about the investigation thereafter, I leave wholly to your discretion. But whatever you do, never forget that we are dealing with the unknown. You cannot take too many precautions. Be safe, Starlight. Hold on, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, thank you, Lythria. The masked man, you come on behalf of the Scions, of course. Yes, as we've already replayed to Lady Memphilia, there has been a sighting of this rogue near about Eastern Thanor. The brass blade stationed at Highbridge described him in detail when he alerted us to suspicious activity. I would point you to the witness, but I'm afraid he died not 2 days ago. Slain by a marauding horde of Queequeg. Fate can be a cruel mistress, but do not be too quick to despair of being in a situation on a trade road. Highbridge sees its fair share of travelers, folk are always coming and going. Some among them may well have caught a glimpse of your target. You could do worse than speak with a merchant named Hihibaru. The fellow's always dark for customers, and he'd no doubt welcome your attention whether or not you had coin or the mind to spend it. Welcome to Highbridge, adventurer. Well, whatever you see, Guy Hihibaru can provide it, probably. You're after a masked man. I'm not sure I have one of those in stock. Oh, you're after a masked man. Why didn't you say so sooner? Such an individual might have featured in one of the many rumors I've heard. If you linger a while, mayhap you'll learn a thing or two, eh? When the Order of Naltho began excavating the grounds below, I had hopes the High Bridge would turn into a bustling hub of pilgrims. But thanks to the nigh endless beastmen raids, folk are too afraid to come within a mountain here. I sold everything I owned to get my adventure started, and I'm loath to give up without making an earnest effort to stick it out. But if things keep going as they are, I'll be bankrupt before the moon is through. Whining won't do me any good, though. No, for my business to survive, I need business. Speaking of which, perhaps you'd like to browse my wares, spend a bit of coin to help a struggling merchant. The masked man, bah, that'll take your bloody masked man. I know what I said before, but vague rumors are all I've got. If you want to know about him, go and ask the other merchants. I have heard tell of the masked devil. Seems he's been appearing not only around Highbridge, but elsewhere about Danelin too. Enough folk have reported seeing him to convince me he's more than a figment of the imagination, but little is known about him otherwise. The trail of a masked man, I've heard of him, but only in hushed tones and faint whispers. It's said he wears a black hooded robe and looks right suspicious, and that's about all I can say. Little though it is. Have I seen a masked man wearing a dark robe? No, I haven't, nor do I wish to. Business is bad enough without its shady characters looking about. Folk have been giving Highbridge a wide berth because of all the weak-earned raids. But the most of pilgrims are willing to come here anymore. Expression, I take it you didn't learn much of use. Look, I'm sorry for my rudeness earlier. It's just that things are tough for us. Merchants are, at the moment. The Quakerin raids are so constant, so organized. We're beginning to suspect that someone is orchestrating it all. I tend to put my own welfare first, like most of us do, but that doesn't mean I'm a bad person. I promise to keep an eye out for your masked man. If I see or hear anything, you'll be the first to know. I finally got some honest-to-God's information on your masked man. Why so confident? Because I saw him with my own two eyes. I was out for an evening stroll, minding my own business, when I noticed a column of smoke rising from a cliff over at Thow's Respite. Curious, I took myself there to find a masked man, your masked man. I'm sure of it, by standing by a fire. As if in answer, some Quakerin appeared soon after, and the group began talking at length. I'm afraid I was too far out of earshot to hear much of anything. After the group had dispersed, an idea came to me. If you were to use this smoldering coat to start a fire, you might be able to arrange a similar meeting. It will be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt, but you've proven yourself more than a match for a pack of rats. So what do you think? That's some sound reliable information, even if I do say so myself. Well, worth all the lingering about you've been doing, wouldn't you say? So soon were you able to find any clues leading to your mass man? The scroll, it bears a prayer to Rauger, the destroyer. In case you're unfamiliar, Rauger, the guardian deity of Elamiga, which is currently under Garlean rule. It's highly uncommon for folk of other nations to revere him. I'd wager my last skill that your assailant was Alamigan. It seems this masked man of yours is very well connected, I must confess. The merchant and the envies such a diverse network of contracts. The self-same merchant also senses danger ahead in the darkness. Besides, are you certain you'd rather not take things nice and slow here at Highbridge? The Alamagan bandit you had run in with is somehow connected to your masked man of mystery. So it stands to reason that if you want to pick up the trail again, you should head toward Little Alamigo and over in southern Thanalan. Just so you know what to expect, the settlement is the favored destination for those refugees who couldn't well adapt to life in Olda. The hearts of the denizens are said to be as barren as the wasteland they live in, and for all intents and purposes, it's a flawless place to be prepared for a not so warm welcome. Now, I'm not certain how much help she will be, but it just so happens I have a daughter who has relocated to Little Alamigo. Her name is Hihira, and it shouldn't hurt to seek her out first. And while you have her attention, I'd be obliged if you could send my love. Not a day goes by that I don't think of her. I suppose this is it then. I had hoped that you would linger here a while, coal some fiends, spend some coins, what have you, but something tells me you're destined for greater things. Wherever it is you end up, I wish you the best. My father, he said what? I wish I could be a better daughter to him. It's just that, oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't bother you with family matters, but I am grateful to you for delivering the message. Now then, what brings you here? A masked man. I'm afraid that description doesn't ring any bells, but one of the others here may have something. I would recommend first speak with Gundabald, the leader of the settlement. I must warn you though, he isn't exactly accommodating to outsiders. Adventurer, I fear I have no time for pleasantries, but I would be much in your debt if you could perform for me a simple task. To wit, I need you to slay a Raskin place and obtain for me a excretion of its poison. If you have seen one of those fearsome reptiles, as I reckon you have, you know that their scales are as hard as solid stone. This acid I give you, however, will get right through it. I haven't much, so pray use it well. Some of my countrymen are not quick to trust outsiders, but I have no time to entertain foolish prejudices. This is a matter of life and death. Who are you? State your business and be quick about it. Looking for a masked man, villain, you say, and why should we help you, pray? We struggle enough without having to answer the whim of every outsider. And you are not welcome here. Be gone. Friend, hear my plea, as you have no doubt observed many poor souls in this camp suffer from affliction most grievous indeed. It is to deliver them succor that I have made the journey here from Ulda. And yet I fear that my efforts thus far have been naught. The residents are most distrustful of outsiders, particularly those hailing from Ulda. They look upon my medicine as if it were poison. Were an adventurer such as yourself to deliver the elixir, perhaps they would be willing to accept it. I have no one else to turn to. Will you go in my stead? Your throat, it burns. Medicine, you say? Bah. I'd sooner drink sandworm pea than that Alda and swill. Well met, adventurer. I'm Gilbert, head of security here at Little Amigo. I heard tell that you had business with Gundobald, knowing the bristly old bear. I don't doubt he told you to bugger off. Owing to their hardships, the refugees don't trust anyone but themselves. Not even my men and I can get so much as a word of thanks but out of them, despite watching the place day and night. But thanks or no, I try to help my fellow man where I can, and you seem a decent sort. If you tell me what's brought you here, might be as I can lend you a hand. On the trail of a masked villain, you say? Can't say that sounds familiar, but I have been on the lookout for a Malja to the south of here. If there's been any suspicious activity, they are like to have seen it. I had a mind to take them each a cup of sweet dandelion tea, so as to lift their spirits. If you were to run this little errand in my stead, they'd be all the more willing to tell you what they know. Adventurer, I would have your ear. Have you perchance visited the ruins south of here? It is said that they date back to the era of the Beladians. As a student of history, I was delighted when my superior sent me there on patrol. My delight soon turned to dread, however, when I discovered the terrible truth. These ruins are haunted. Yes, you heard me right. The specters of Belladia haunt the place to this day, and my limited training has hardly prepared me to face such horrors. Would you be so obliging as to take this holy water and shepherd the lost soul to Thal's realm? Another phony elixir cooked up by those golden clocks. Be gone from my sight. What is it, outsider? Come to mock us in our suffering. Go ahead and laugh to your heart's content. That's what I think of you outsiders and your medicine. I'd rather die with dignity than owe my life to Olda. No luck, I see. Take heart, friend. You did what you could. Age-old wounds are not healed so easily, but I must not give up on this cause. After giving the matter some thought, it has struck me that perhaps it is not me that she's so distressed, but rather the medicine itself. The Alamegans are wary of outsiders. This is true, yet I suspect it is the thought of ingesting an alchemical concoction of Olden make that frightens them most of all. Naive girls, wishful thinking, but it is the only hope I have. There is a kindly old refugee by the name of Alvin, only one thus far to accept my treatment. Might you speak with them and ask if there is any truth to my theory? Hail there, young one. What brings you, one as hale and hearty as yourself, to this God-forsaken place? Here in years I've seen many an outsider come and go, but none quite like that girl. I don't begrudge me countrymen their judgment, of course. Gods know they've seen all that at its worst. But it's clear, even to me, clouded dull eyes, that the girl means well, and I can't bring myself to scorn her good intentions. But forgive me, you were asking about medicine, were you not? We Alamegans aren't much for alchemy, but we've got our fair share of remedies passed down through the years. Steep the fruit of a sabatender in hot water first, and then you got tea that'll soothe the worst of fevers. Call it an old man's hunch, but I have a feeling that even the most stubborn old countrymen would gladly down a cup of cactus tea, even if it were the olden lass who did the brewing. traditional alaming in Romania made from steeping the fruit of a sabatender in hot water. Well, I had no idea. I owe often my gratitude. One, two, 3 cups of cactus tea. Oh, and I do hope I've not overbrewed this. Please, friend, deliver the tea to the suffering refugees. You throw it. You again. I told you I'd sooner drink. Is that cactus tea I smell? Well, stop dawdling and hand it over. Can't you see I'm suffering here? You tell the olden witch that I'll have none of her spell alchemy. Cactus tea, and just like my dear mom used to brew it. I don't know where you came by this, but you're a godsend. Eric, I'll go to the grave before I'm gold by olden quackery. Old Elfin's recipe, no doubt I'll drink it, but if the olden girl thinks a cup of tea can heal years of suffering, she best think again. They truly drink it. Oh, how I have waited for this day. Even I am not so foolish as to think that I have earned the trust of all the refugees, but on the long road to peace and understanding, even the smallest step matters. return, adventurer. Have you brought me the poison I seek? On behalf of my countrymen, you have my thanks. Forgive me for my brusqueness, but our skirmishes with the Corpse Brigade have taken a great toll on us of late. They employ poisons ever more lethal, and our antidote stores were running low. I must attend to the potion brewing, but thank you, outsider. Because of you, the men and women of the Resistance live to fight another day. Thank you for your kindness, outsider. I would ask you to help our suffering people once more. A most deathly strain of fever runs rampant in Little Amigo of late, and while I have succeeded in isolating the cause, I am powerless to remedy it. The fever is born of an elusive breed of wasps, you see, and only by exterminating the pest may we put an end to the epidemic. It would seem the wasps are drawn to the pungent scent of rotting carrion. Douse this cactus pea over the carcasses of some unfortunate creatures, and they should quickly swarm to the scene. Who the hell are you? I'm trying to converse energy here, so leave me alone. I think he said conserve energy. Well, ain't ya considerate, my friend? What's that a mess filling hiding among the refugees like it's not? Me compatriots would here go about as though they're dead on their feet. 'Tis near impossible to tell what's on their minds. For all I know, they're all up to no good. Either are you an Amalja? No, then carry on. This is sophisticated aroma. It has been forever since I had a drop of sweet dandelion. I'm going to enjoy this. What a mess, man. Don't know, don't care, unless he's got dark scaly skin that stands 10 palms tall and has the face of a lizard, then I don't go give a mummer's fart. Shoo, don't bother me. If the Malja overrun us, I'm blaming you. For me, you shouldn't have. Sorry, a suspicious masked man. As a matter of fact, I caught a glimpse of someone filling that subscription during patrol. Well, I couldn't quite make out whether it was a man or not, what with the mask and the robe, but assuming it was a he is talking with some Alamegans. I assumed he was one of them. Thank you for the raid, Swanee. Hold on. If you're not following already, please follow Lila Swanee. She's an amazing person and I love her face. Also, hi Autumn, hi Taylor, how are you? Oh, she kicked you all out. Oh no. She's probably tired though. I'm also getting tired myself. But I hope you all had fun. What? I know what you were getting up to, Swanee. You were playing Paralives. Did you have fun? I played it a little bit last night. It was kind of hard to figure out for me to figure out, but it is fun though. Yeah, I can see her doing that. Oh, I want to see your para. Well, you had a fun stream, and if you need to go rest, please do so. Also, welcome in, Raiders. I am the Star, or you can call me Starlight, or Starly. A variety streamer, but I mostly play Palia and Final Fantasy 14 online. I do want to play ESO again, because I did miss playing ESO. And I need to start playing, oh, thank you! Thank you, Swanee! I am gonna play Palia on Monday, because I need to start playing that again, because I got some stuff to get done there, too. Thank you for the 20 stream straight. bit off more than I can chew by hitting more than one of those things I was fighting. I should have just stuck with the one. I didn't know the attack that I was doing attacked more than one person though. And on top of that, healing yourself is fighting words to something. I'll worry about that later, actually. Oh, you're back, so did my lookouts have to share with you? That doesn't sound like much to go by. If you're to get any further in your investigation, seems to me you'll need the cooperation of the Alamegans. For this, you'll need to win their trust, and that won't be an easy task. So you're determined to press on with your investigation, then I have some advice to offer. As I said before, you won't get far without the Alamegans' trust, and the best way to win that trust is to get a companion of theirs, someone they respect, to vouch for you. Coin does the talking and all that, but the Alamegans are bound by something far stronger, if not as tangible, a common purpose. That purpose, of course, the liberation of their home from the Garleans. Gunderball belongs to the Alamegan resistance, so your best bet would be someone who's part of the same crew. If you know any well-connected people, you might want to start by asking them. Thank you, friend. With the boss gone, it is only a matter of time before the epidemic subsides. You may be an outsider, but you have brought more succor to my people in a day than I have in a month. We are humble people, and I have not the means to properly express my gratitude. It may not mean much, but I know always that you have a friend in little Alamigo. Oh my gosh, they were unfunny. Thread is tired, so they might be resting. Okay, never mind. Maybe I should wait until I'm higher level to do that one. How are you? Oh. Hope you're having fun. I should play that with you both, since it's working for you now. Do you want to play that tomorrow with me? Okay. I'm good. Getting a little tired myself. Although I kind of want to play Terraria now, but I'm getting tired. I also gotta get on Warframe and let Yushi know which of the things I wanted. Forgot to what they're called. Oh, you're getting tired, Lectra? Yeah, in about 12 minutes I'll go ahead and call the stream. Okay. I'll not keep you for too long so you can get some rest. I'm getting tired myself. Welcome back, Starlight. How fares the investigation? I see, given all that they have suffered, it is still a little wonder that Alamegan refugees have lost faith in their fellow man. They have had their homeland taken from them, and for the past 2 decades have had to see it remain in the enemy's clutches. To compound matters, none of the 3 cities have the means to take in all those who were displaced. As a result, a great many Alamegans now live on the margins of society, suffering poverty and discrimination. Lethria, if you can wait until tomorrow, me and Boswani can come over, maybe. What that more could be done to ease their hardships. I fear that nothing is short of reclaiming their homeland would be a lasting solution. But let us deal with one problem at a time. Returning to the matter of your investigation, it just so happens there is an Alamegan native among the Scions. I should be pleased to introduce him to you. To introduce you to an Alamegan member of the Sons. Your Alamegan comrade is named Heribert. He joined our cause in the hopes that he might find a way to liberate his homeland. While he spares no effort towards the endeavor, I have no doubt that he would be glad to assist you. If I recall correctly, Heribert is currently between missions. Try looking for him in the storage area. Did you order a coffee or? Oh, you should have gotten your coffee by now, if you ordered it. Oh, whoops, I went the wrong way. I'm going to have to go somewhere in here. Whoops. Hold on, there's a bug on my laptop. Oh, not on my laptop anymore. Okay. Got it. I don't know what it is though, but I got it in a bottle. Yeah, we can watch regular show. Lythria. Yeah, I hardly ever watch TV too. I mostly watch things on YouTube or Twitch, TikTok. Well, not TikTok, YouTube Shorts. Lythria, look at it. If it isn't Starlight Vale, the Scion's rising star, is there aught I can do for you? Look at it, you. Tired of you keep me awake, you look at it. You wish to win the trust of the people of Little Alamigo? That is a daunting task, my friend, even for our countrymen. I would like nothing more than to help you, but I'm afraid my name is no longer carries weight with that lot. I used to be a member of the Alamigo resistance, you see, but I left in favor of joining the Scions. Though my allegiance may have shifted, my purpose remains ever the same. The liberation of Alamigo, yet whatever my reasons were, I abandoned my comrades in the net. They'll all have nothing to do with me. Now, while I may have no more friends in the resistance, I know someone who does. Her name is Albreda, and she is a resistant resident of Curry Mill. Say my name when you meet her, and she won't lead you astray. have shows that I need to catch up on though. I still do want to watch shows. Can't remember what shows I wanted to watch though. I've been watching Bridgerton with Lythria. Shroud? I don't know. I know there's places called Shroud in here. Like, hold on. There's East Shroud, South Shroud, North Shroud. You want me to introduce you to the Resistance? Huh? Why the hell should I do that? Give me just one reason. Firebird sent you? Grr, that useless Orson. He abandons his comrades, his woman, and now he has to go out to ask me for a favor. Simply incredible. I realized Herbert was only doing what he felt was right. He's a good man, and if he trusts you, then that's all I need to know. You see that bloke there? That's Meffred, captain of the Resistance. I hope he can give you what you need. I'm Meffred, a proud man of the Alamegan Resistance. What business do you have with me, adventurer? Captain, it's Galleon, sir. His wounds are gone and festered, and he's burning up. I don't think he's got much time. God damn it, I asked the villagers for aid, got on my knees and begged, but they refused to lift a finger. If Galleon dies, his blood is on their hands. These fire-milled cravens would turn a blind eye to our plight, but they might listen to Albreda. Fear of my anger will prevent me from rightly convincing anyone at the moment. I realize we scarce know each other, but this is a matter of life and death. Please, adventurer, go to her and try. One of Meffred's in bad shape, you say? I'm sorry, but there's not I can do. I want to help, truly I do. They're my countrymen after all, but that'd mean that going against the elementals will. I've been at Corimo long enough to know how terrible the beings can be. I couldn't forgive myself if everyone gets banished because of me. If there's anyone who can help you, it'd be Charlene, the Hamlet's resident here. If you take the matter to her, it might be she'll listen, though I wouldn't get my hopes up. You wish to aid the Alamegans, or are you possessed of... You're possessed of a kind heart, adventurer, but I'm afraid I have not the authority to grant your wish. The authority belongs only to the elementals, eternal guardians of the 12th wood. All outsiders they babes at the beast. The breasts of men grown are judged of night whether they may have a place beneath the bows. Alas, the Alamegan's petition have been denied, harsh though it may seem. They did not have leave to receive of the wood's bounty, ever has it been since time immemorial. Never shall it be. That's how it's to be then? The bloody hero might as well kill Galleon herself. Spit on the elementals and spit on their bloody will. I cannot wait until the resistance is free of this place. I led my men to Quarry Mill hoping to find refuge. Instead, we found indifference. The cold-blooded bastards here want us out, and I can't oblige them soon enough. The problem is some of mine aren't fit to travel. Else Galleon can't even stand. As well as you all know, the people of this accursed hamlet won't help us, so I have no choice but to turn to you, adventurer. In my homeland, long antelope horn is a traditional remedy with poison-purging properties. If you could bring me, say, 4 horns, I'd forever be in your debt. Ah, you're back. Tell me you got your 4 horns with you. You're a godsend, adventurer. Praise for all good. There is at least one woman in this place who gives a damn. Now we just need to find a way to prepare them. You wouldn't happen to know a man named Buskerun, would you? Some comrades of mine told me about him once. They said he never turns away folk in need, no matter where they're from. Seeing as he runs a tavern, he'd like to have the tools to make the medicine. I'd be grateful if you could take the horns over to him and have them ground down. When that's done, bring the powder back and give it to Ferriman here. Godspeed. I should go ahead and end the stream here. I'll go ahead and look for someone to raid. Because I'm getting tired. And Light 3 is tired. Yeah, I could raid them. Do I follow them? Hold on, I don't think I follow them. Okay, I gotta fix that. So, yeah, let's go ahead and, raid Spirit Music. I haven't, followed them yet, and I need to do that. Oh, oops. Oh, no, I'm following them. Okay. Let's go ahead and raid Spirit Music. Go ahead and show them some love. I'll be back on Monday, probably at 2 p.m. unless I wake up sooner. Then I'll try to be on sooner than that. But I hope you all have an amazing and fun weekend. And happy Pride Month. Oh. Hold on. I gotta put exclamation point raid 1. I should put the stuff. Go ahead and copy the raid message. But I'll see you all tomorrow. I love your faces. And yeah. Yeah, get some sleep, Swanee. Okay. Bye-bye, everyone. Take care and stay safe. Love you guys. I hope you all had enough time to copy the raid message. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.